Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and we are back for another fun and exciting live stream, and you can even see some of the boxes I've used to try to organize some things. Let's see how much organization we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Frank S. Regrets. Yes, hi, Frank. I hope this isn't a regret, but it could be. We have Jack68K. That looks like a Macintosh type regret. In fact, it would be a 68K type regret. We have point 5. Hi, point 5. We have KMac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have Retro Techie. Hi, Retro Techie. And let's see here. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. And we've got SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. All right, now that we've got everyone in the chat, I would like to announce that I have a new coffee goal for the Trident Fund. That is my name for the tip jar. I might have my eye on something Trident branded on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Might be a Trident sound card. Might be other things. Yes, so please check the link in the video description if you would like to contribute towards the Trident Fund. And who knows, maybe if I might have to go figure out where my plastic trident is. Oh, there it is. I see it. I think my head's in the way. Yeah, see, it's just right there. Anyways, Retro Techie's asking, isn't it cheaper just to get a pack of Trident gum? Well, Trident gum is cheaper, but the flavor only lasts for like 30 seconds to a minute. Please don't chew on Trident cards. Do not insert in the mouth. All right, let's see here, and let's see. I think I've got all the announcements. Speaking of things that should probably not be inserted into the mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Oh, thank you, Will. All right, we have the start to the Trident Fund. And yes, this item in here probably should not be put into the mouth. And we have Sloopy Malibu says, and Trident cards last 30 minutes? Question? Yes. Yes. Which would be longer than a piece of Trident gum. Alright, so what in the world do we have in here? Hopefully you all are not thinking... Oh, thank you, Jack! Trident forever, Jack says. Alright, yes. I'm hoping you all don't think this is the main eBay item instead of Mac Mini. No. No, it is for a Mac. Okay, Mac says floppy drive? Well, I hope it's not a floppy drive, because that wouldn't be what I paid for. Alright. If it's a floppy drive, they did not pack it right. Ooh, Frank is actually on the right track. It is not a DVD. No, Jack, it's not caseless DVDs, but Frank is on the right track. I hope. That is, if I analyze the photos correctly. I also need a blue and white G3 to use this, but anyways. Oh, look! As Mike Tech put it, or was it Mike Tech? As some YouTuber that I was recently watching put it, look, they packaged it in a Pro static bag. Haha! I think Jack's got it. If I saw the pictures correctly, this should be a Rage 128 with an Apple DVD card. Is that a USB card? No, Retro Techie. It is a DVD card. So Apple. So if you bought a blue and white G3 and bought it with the DVD drive, I think you could. I don't know if this was like the DVD drive option included this card or if it was optional. And I'm trying to figure out which of the standoffs I. Okay. I don't know how you remove the board, but I'm pretty sure that is the DVD board looking at the chips that are on the front side. So that would be the video card that you would have got with the blue and white G3. I partly bought it because I didn't realize which Mac it actually went with. I thought it went with the G4, but hey, 0.5, thank you. All right, we have more. What in the world does Windows want? Oh. Okay, I think I need to turn that notifications off in Firefox on this computer because they come through on OBS, but I don't need them in Firefox too. And Gutpom says, Justin DVD decoder Morgan. Push the white plastic pins together on the back to slide it out. That's what I am trying to do, Retro Techie. They do not want to push together. Oh, there we go. I think it was more a matter of I just was not pushing them together and out good enough. I'm trying to. There we go. Ah, there we go. Yes! Yes, it is! This is indeed a dusty DVD decoder card. There it is, the C-Cube Microsystems Diva DSL chip. So this confirms it is the Apple one, and it's the Rage 128. So yeah, there we go. So this would have been the video card for a blue and white G3 with the DVD option. Which I just happened to find one on eBay. And I don't think they described it correctly, but I realized what the card had to be. I probably paid too much for it. But anyways, it was DVD related, so now I just have to find a blue and white G3 and get a DVD drive in it. Because by the time the G4 shipped, I believe the video cards actually had built-in DVD decoders, so thank you, Retrotech. He says use it in good health. Yes, I will. Now I've dusted it off a little bit, so now it's not quite as grungy. Anyways, since this card goes with this decoder, and I'm not sure that it goes with anything newer, I will go ahead and sandwich the two together. And then let me see if I got an anti-static bag to put it in. None of those pro-static bags here. I just have to remember what I did with my red bucket of stuff, because that's where my anti-static bags are. And seeing none. Oh, here we go. I'm sure something was in it. Gutbomb says Rage 128 was a whole range. Yes. Jack says, I have a Power Mac G4 AGP Dual 450 that I bought new and it had a DVD drive, but I don't think there was a decoder board for it. Yeah, it probably didn't have a decoder card because the I think when the G4 shipped, the ATI had moved on to the next chipset. I think it might have been the Rage 2. No, that doesn't sound right. It would have been Oh, hey Mike. Mike at Futures Retro here. Yes, everything is going okay. And we are about to see if it's going A-okay, because it's now time for the next Wheel of Regrets entry. I am ignoring one because it's upstairs and I don't want to drag it downstairs. And if I get a moment, I'll see if the photo... actually, if I get... Actually, let me open photos on my... not photos on my phone. Let me open OneDrive on my phone to hopefully spur it to sync photos from my library up to OneDrive. I will show photos of the item I didn't want to drag downstairs. But let's just say that the item I am about to put on the bench, which is not going to fit that great, is not attempt number 1. Attempt number 1 is upstairs and will probably have a return label requested for it tomorrow because the seller made 2 counter proposals in an attempt to get me to not return it, for the reason I will show you in the photos. After the second one, I said, well, send me photos of your proposed exchange so I can consider it, and they said tomorrow, and that was Friday evening. It is now Tuesday evening, and it is not the eBay buyer's responsibility to remind the eBay seller that they told them they would send photos 2 days ago. So they may just get a return request, and that will be their friendly reminder that they dropped the ball. I also probably paid too much for it, especially to get it in the condition that I did. I may have paid too much for this one as well. Anyways, make it sound like you dragging a body. Jack says, no way OneDrive's making it onto my phone. Unfortunately, I have OneDrive on my phone only because that's where all my thumbnails are, so that I have them, because I usually create them on one computer, but then for certain social media platforms, I have to upload the photo because they don't do proper video previews. So I download them from OneDrive. Something, oh, hi Jesse, I8386SX is here. And Retro Techie wants to start a petition about NHL 25. What, would that be the game NHL 1925? Because that would be vintage. If there's a Trident card in this box, it is getting returned, like, tonight. I will drive it to UPS tonight to return it. I would be that mad if this is a Trident card, because that's not what I paid for. Hi, Frogman, welcome! Retro Techie says, it is vintage, they keep remaking the same game every year. Well, I'll help you with the petition for a bug fix for NHL 2004, but that's about as new as I get on this channel, with few exceptions. And the item in this box should be older than 2004. And I am, at least so far, relieved to see that there is some packing material in it. All right. There is packing material. No, this is not older than me, Will. All right. Okay, at least there's something good. Okay. Okay, that is really awkward to pick up a box with one hand and have the Mac in the other hand. Anyways, we have. It's just a recreation of the unboxing of this computer. No, Jack, I just got this today, and that was me opening it for the very first time. I would like to say that eBay sellers 1, Mercari sellers 0. Cat Mom says, please don't be broken. So far, so good. The grill is not cracked. The back is not cracked, although it's got some white pasty dust on it. This side does not appear to be cracked. It is not making rattling noises, by the way. This side is not cracked. Yes, there is actually a computer in here. And this side does not look cracked. Yay! I think that other eBay seller is going to get the item returned, like, tomorrow. And the tube looks okay, although there is definitely screen burn on it. So I will be doing a tube swap with the Mac Plus. Yes, this is supposed to be a Platinum Mac Plus. Yeah, Gutbomb says, sounds like full refund time, because Gutbomb knows what the seller's second offer was. Yes, it's full refund time. The seller isn't going to get any more reminders for photos, because they... eBay, it shouldn't be the eBay buyer's responsibility to remind them for things they told them they would do when they're trying to prevent a return that was totally their fault. Okay, good. The photos. So now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, Jack says, I have a Platinum Plus with matching keyboard and mouse. I know it's not cool. Well, I was looking for a Platinum because that's what the other Mac that got crushed in shipping is. It's a Platinum. Now, Dave offered to retrobrite and repair the case I'm about to show you photos of, so there's no hiding it. I'm going to see if Dave might be willing to let me send him this case, because it could use a retrobrite, but it doesn't need repaired. So we'll see if Dave will maybe... if Dave's offer is still good for a different Mac Plus case. Alright, let me see if those photos are now available on my computer. Ah, yes, they are. Now let me make sure that my address is not visible in any of them. Because it definitely is visible in that photo. So we'll we will oh, well, it's visible enough, so we will go for the really weird trying to find something I can put in front of the, because I was going to show you the actual photo I took. Okay, we'll just skip the photo. Let me make sure. Oh, good. I got a photo without my address in it. All right. So, anyways, let's see here. So, I bought. So, this is the last entry for Wheel of Regrets. I'm just not dragging it downstairs. Oh, hi, Francois. I don't know if I said hi to you. Let's see here. Screen share. All right. So you will probably notice that something does seem to be amiss with the tape seal on this box. If you're used to Lowe's boxes at all, the maybe flap of tape that's sticking out might be an indicator that something is amiss. Might also notice not as easily there, but anyways, yeah. This is kind of how the box looked on my porch. One flap completely flapping in the breeze. I mean, it was taped down well, no, it wasn't. I think it was pretty much open. Yeah. You will probably notice that there's the case. Right, yeah, right there. So we'll kind of move on. So, anyways, yeah, I pretty much opened the box flap, and that is what greeted me. If you're noticing that there doesn't seem to be much packing material in the box, you would be correct. I think part of it, if it was there, fell out during shipping. And there we go! The lovely crack that, while I will admit, they took some lousy photos, and I think the crack might have actually been there. The problem is, the crack only went to about maybe there. It was like just a little itty bitty front crack. The crack was not extending all the way around to the edge of the bezel. I think the crack extended during shipping. It did not look like that in the photos, or they took a very deceptive photo one. But there was there was another problem though that kind of was the equal reason why I got really mad. Not only did the crack probably got extended during shipping, and that might be my benevolent way of giving the seller an out. That one is just a case. Thomas Armstrong says it can be fixed, but it needs to stop drilling. Oh, there's another problem. There was supposed to be the knob and the 5 screws in the box, and they were missing. So I told the seller, hey, I got this. It looks like the case took further damage in shipping, and the knob and the screws are missing. I forget how I worded it. It was my newly. I was basically saying that yeah. Anyways, so I sent my message, whatever it was, and I was probably fully prepared to return it. I figured, though, they would probably give me a counter offer, whatever. So, yeah, they countered with a partial refund of $20, and they would send me the screws and knob, or another knob and set of screws, or I could return it. And I did a quick search on eBay, and that's when I found this Mac Plus. Like a 4 parts Mac Plus. The whole thing, not just a case. So I told the seller, I choose the refund. I didn't elaborate. And then I bought this one now. And then, of course, I got another message back from the seller saying that I believe they were going to sell me a second case for $20 total, and I would not have to send the first one back. Or I could return the case. To which I was aggravated that they took enough time that I was able to buy this now But I thought about it for a moment, and I decided I would. I replied back, all right, send me photos of the case you're proposing. And they said, we'll do it tomorrow. And they haven't sent them yet, and it's been several days. So, anyways, I think I've given them more than enough time. It was basically, I was hoping to come up with a plan C, as in, another cracked case. All right. So, no, Retro Techie, I don't have a case I can ship to Canada unless you want the broken one, but it probably wouldn't. I'm pretty sure customs would call it sus. So, anyways, yeah. So, the seller shipped this one yesterday, and it was luckily shipping out of Pennsylvania. A broken free case, count me in. I'm only... You don't want it, Retro Techie. You don't want it. I'd have to charge you shipping too. Anyways, so what did I pay for the case? The case only that arrived more damaged than it was in the auction photo, and without the screws and brightness knob that it was supposed to come with. $55 plus shipping, because I kind of probably didn't realize how much 4 parts Mac Pluses can go for. Yeah, it was like a total of $76.97. How much did I pay for this 4 parts Mac Plus? A total of $80.48, making it almost like as expensive as the Mac Plus that started this in the first place. We are going to check a few things first, Thomas, before we do the smoke test. Well, got bombed. The brightness knob is on the analog board, but you can pull it off. Those were all US dollar prices, so like really expensive Canadian. Yeah. Okay. We are about to see if there is anything in this compartment. 3, 2, 1. Oh, good. Okay, that's a relief. Someone removed the battery. Yeah, that's clean. Yes, those battery terminals look very clean. I don't think that's ever seen a leaking battery. Thomas Armstrong says, I have a spare Mac Plus mainboard. I wish I had a spare. Yeah, I've got like 2 spare Mac Plus main boards. All right, where's the handle for this silly driver? All right, where did I put the iFixit case? Oh, wait. I think... No. Hold, please, while I look for the iFixit case that I sure thought I... Oh, there it is. I see it. It's underneath stuff, of course. I was looking for one of those 512E plus boards. Okay. I've got several spare boards for these style cases. At some point, once I make sure that all of mine are working, I'll give them away, because they were... Do I have a spare Lisa board? No, I don't have anything Lisa. Lisa has never graced my basement. And case and internals. I have a spare drawing of a Lisa done in the style of Justin D. Morgan's drawings, which is basically going to be a rectangle with a square on the left side inside of it, and it's going to say Lisa. Because I can't draw. I'll auction it off for more eBay regrets. Thomas Armstrong says, I draw great stick people. See, look at this. You can buy a Mac Plus on eBay, and it includes the screws. And the knob. And the everything else, too. You know what would be really cool is if this was a Macintosh Plus 4 MB. Although I don't know if Apple ever, if there were any that said that on the label. All right. Maybe one of these days I will have a Mac Plus that actually fully works. Maybe tonight will be the day. Okay, I think someone's been in here before. Because that came off way too easily. That was way too easy to remove. Someone has been in here before. And we have public enemy number 1 in this machine. I am glad I opened it up because it looks like it is ready to wreak havoc. And unfortunately, Steve is not here for me to say, oh, Steve, will you watch this for a moment while I, plug it in and run away? Yeah, now Steve's going to watch. Steve's going to enter the chat and, be, you? Yeah, look at that. Public enemy number 1. Tied with the other public enemy number 1, a Varda battery. Yep, we are going to remove that. Yeah, Rifa red alert. Maybe I could do an animation. The Rifa red alert. I guess let's since I'm going to probably have to remove the analog. Oh, there's 2 Rifas. I didn't see the little Y-class one. I was so fixated on the X-class one that I completely overlooked that there's the Y-class one right there too that's just as menacing. I think this might be a later Mac Plus. This thing looks like really clean. Although there's some weird fuzz on the flyback transformer. K-Max says, oh, we need some excitement to see a Rifa smoke and leave the smell for Justin only. No. No, if the Rifa's going to go, the Rifa's going to have to fool me. Yeah, now everyone's going to be like, how do we get the Rifa to fool Justin? He's too smart. He's smarter than the average Rifa cap. All right, let's get the main board out. We'll take a look at what's on it and see about removing that Rifa cap, both of those Rifa caps. All right, so the bad news is there's not any magic secret upgrades on this Mac because there's our logic board. And I'm looking for the All right. Also, I believe looking at this, we have a 1 megabyte Mac Plus. Retro Tick, he says, refills don't explode. That's an old wives' tale. Now boot it. Well, I mean, you are right, Retro Techie. Refills don't explode. You are correct in the Corel saying that Corelware does not shatter. Because if you've ever dropped Corelware and actually gotten it to break, now talk about something that does seemingly explode. If you do manage to break Corelware, yeah, Refas don't explode. They go pop. Yeah, we'll look. We'll check the solder joints. I'll remove the cover. Anyways, I think we have just a stock 1 megabyte Mac Plus here. Unfortunately, because the RAM size jumper is still on 256K bit. I believe if it was up 2 megabyte, it would have one row. Francois says, so pop culture is synonymous with Refa culture. Yeah. All right. So we got the logic board out. That will kind of let me look at things without having to worry about board being at the bottom. Let's... the embarrassing thing will be that if this works, then I will feel bad about transplanting a Mac Plus into it, and then I'll have the same problem, but... Well, at least I'll have a working Mac Plus. Thomas says, I replace Refa caps with Made in France Refa caps. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Only because the Refa's the only company that makes a cap that fits the original footprint, so... Alright, so the nice thing about this analog board is it's held on by 2 clips instead of tape. Alright, so let's check these solder joints. It kind of looks like someone might have reflowed those at some point. Actually, let's do this. Can't you, Frank asks, can't you get fake Refa caps on AliExpress? I think you can get a fake anything on AliExpress. You might even be able to buy a fake AliExpress on AliExpress. Also, the obligatory... This Mac has been off for at least several days. Don't try this at home. You probably should have still discharged it, but I didn't. So don't do what I'm doing. But these things have... Caps can't hold the charge forever. In fact, actually, I'd almost be tempted to pull the voltmeter out and just double check that might be a good idea before I keep putting my hands near where the main caps are. Hold please, what? For their solder pads. There they are. Alright, just to make sure. Because I'm sure someone out there will still probably criticize my... Alright, so the main volt capacitors have, no voltage on them. Yeah, don't don't do what Johnny Don't does, is what Jesse says, yeah. I am not totally convinced that those are absolutely entirely good-looking solder joints. Then again, though, they do look. Maybe those solder joints are fine. Those are the. I think those are the main connector. All right, the ones that are really prone to breaking are on the flyback transformer. You know, the solder joints actually do. The solder joints actually don't look bad. I'm kind of thinking someone might have like reflowed these solder joints. Although then again, it does look like there's factory flux on it. Oh wait, that one. Hmm. All right, where's some other? I quite honestly think all these solder joints look fun. Do Thomas Armstrong says that's bad solder joint. I mean, I can reflow them. Oh well, okay, maybe. Yeah, that. Okay, now that's a weird. Okay, yeah, that joint doesn't look too hot, but interestingly enough, that's actually the diode at the top of the board, not the flyback transformer. Huh. Alright, I guess while I'm at it, we'll reflow the solder joints just to be sure. Alright, let's enlist the help of Claris, the they put more solder on top of a bad joint. Yeah, that may very well be possible. I mean, I can't tell if it's been reflowed or not, but there does appear to be some. It kind of looks like something's been reflowed. Because there is the original factory flux, which kind of looks amber, but this connector here looks like someone has done something to it because it looks sloppy. I think I might be able to fix it too, Retro Techie. I do know a thing or two about soldering. Although I have another analog board that I'm, well, I got to order parts for it. I think I found the fault with it. can also change the PCB for me. Well, this PCB is fine. I don't need the PCB changed. I'm not one of those people that proactively change the PCBs. Yeah, Thomas is saying it'll work fine, I'm sure. Yeah, that would be the like. Oh, I think I have evidence someone's been in here. I just noticed the analog board should actually be in a there's a notch on the front of the case. So either the analog board bumped out of place during shipping, or someone's pulled this analog board out before. Because it is not fully seated. Alright. So first we're going to remove the reefa cap. If I can remember where it is. Trying to find it by feel, which is okay. You cannot find a reefa cap by feel, apparently. Alright. Oh, there it is. Okay. It is right. There it is. Alright, I believe it's here. And here. That's interesting. The had the reefa caps on is lifting away from the PCB. Be able to get it out, but I'll have to be careful putting it back in. Thomas says they pop out easy. Yeah, it probably popped out. I'll fix it. Yes, if I had a particular sponsor for my channel, I could even tell you about all their various capabilities for different color PCBs and solder masks, but no. Nope, I'll just stick with the plain green original PCB. It's not like Mac Effects made a clear Mac Plus case that I could put this in to show off my fancy new PCB. Why does this I think this reefa cap wants to be in here to create smoke, and I'm not letting it, and it's putting up a fight. There we go. So there we go. The reefa cap that was probably just wanting to make my basement smell awful. And I just denied it the chance. And I'm going to deny its Y-class friend the same opportunity, although I don't think they normally go, but the moment I say that and leave it in, it would do it. There we go. What do I want to? Hi, Mofus. What do I want to break this time? Hopefully nothing. Let me get this analog board back into place. Oh, that's right. I need to reflow the solder joints, but I'll do that with the. There we go. That's better. Now I don't have to worry about it. It kind of popped out of place during shipping, so there, it should be back into place now. Or I presume it was popped out of place from shipping. Alright, why? Is that not the. Huh, that's weird. Oh. Oh, there we go. Now it's lined up. Alright. 0.5 says, blown refuzz on my Mac Plus is the first Mac repair I did many moons ago. When they blew, they took out the flyback and the transistor. That's what got me into retro repair. Thomas says, keep all the reefa caps and string them in parallel for a smoke show. Outside. Reefas are not allowed to play in the house after they turn a certain age. They become outdoor reefa caps. Frank S. says we should have a reefa magic smoke party. Alright. I guess let me. I wish I had some flux that wasn't so messy. Well, I'll just clean the analog board later. Alright, so I'm going to put some flux on all of these large solder points, including this diode that looked like it had a broken solder joint, the flyback, the two wire harness connectors, and want a power switch, and I'll get the rectifying diodes because their heat sinks are pretty large. Okay, so we'll start with this. I'm just going to reflow with what's here. It looks like there's plenty of solder on the board. That's why I added flux. I may come back later and add more solder, but for now I'm just going to reflow because I want to test the working condition. I'm also going to check a few things with the voltmeter before I power this up. There are a few parts that if they are shorted, then there's no sense in me even trying this analog board. Big solder joint right there. I'll go and reflow that. Oh, that actually was. Oh, that was interesting. That was a bridged solder joint. Interesting. Maybe that's supposed to be bridged? I don't know. Not bridged now. Alright. Alright. That is always a good question, Francois. I mean, I would prefer that not be their first photo. I'm totally fine if they want to, if there's like some ambiguity of like, this keycap is for this computer, but not as the first photo. Photo of the keycap is the first photo, please. Oh, power switch was turned on. All right. Okay, there is not a short. Okay, there is not a short between line and neutral. Oh, of course, there's a short between two traces that are connected together. Ask me for more electrical tips. What do I need to? Oh, check the resistance. Okay, not a short there. Okay, that's probably fine. Okay, that's probably fine. Let me put those on diode mode because those are diodes. Oh yeah, that's the anode and that's the cathode. 0.17 volt. That seems low, but hmm. Richard Techie's asking, any Americans looking for a good deal on a desoldering gun? They're cheap now on Amazon, but won't let me get it because I'm a Prime Canada member, not USA. Francois is missing something off the print bed. Oh no. Alright, I am not totally convinced that this power supply doesn't have a shorted rectifier. Which is like one of the main parts to fail. I'm thinking I am going to All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove the analog board. I was going to leave it on the chassis because I thought I was just reflowing, but I need to pull the two rectifying diodes out of circuit because I think one or both of them may be shorted. Which would be par for the course because they are prone to shorting. Will also let me remove the clip that holds the insulator on. So I just very carefully remove the neck board. Although I guess in the Plus, it's not really a neck board so much as it's a neck connector. And let me remove the anode cap so that I can analog board off. Find the clip. There we go. And let me remove this. Oh, I could have left the neck board on. But I don't have to remove the ground connector. I will do that. And then let's pull this out a little so I can get to this clip here. And believe it or not, that must be low hours because there's no discoloration on that. That's pretty good. Oh, and there we go. Got the analog board out. Excellent. Now I will set the chassis behind me, neck facing away from me so that if I do accidentally bump into it, well, better chance I won't hit the neck. All right. So I want to pull. Interesting. Someone has been in this analog board, I believe. I don't think that's the original rectifying diode that Apple used. All right. I guess at an initial inspection, well, that's neat. Looks like Apple used oh, well, that's cool. I won't have to replace that cap because it looks like Apple used a non-electrolytic on this board. Excellent. Well, that's one less cap I'll probably have to replace. Although the caps do appear to be in decent shape, I don't see any signs of leaking. So let me pull these two rectifying diodes out. These are common points of failure. Someone has replaced this one, I believe. I'm not sure Apple ever shipped that style, or at least if they have, I've never seen it. I thought they used this style here. I think someone has. I believe someone has attempted to fix this before. I mean, it could be wrong. All right, so I'm going to. Well, I guess in the. Yeah, I'm... And since I'm not quite sure what they've done, I'm just going to remove it this way. Heatsink and all. Because in the one case, the component's soldered to the heatsink. There we go. Yeah, because if Apple put that style rectifying diode on this board, I don't know that they would have put a heatsink there. Because that diode's not actually touching the heatsink. It was an inspection before testing. Because of the... I knew there was most likely a refa cap in it. Which led to noticing that some of the solder joints didn't look too hot. And because I've had trouble with some analog boards, and one of them turned out to have bad rectifying diodes, I thought I would go ahead and check them. And sure enough, this board has the same problem, so... Oh, there we go. They took the heat of the lead. Oh. Well, the lead is soldered to the heatsink because there's not a... Yeah. That's not an Apple job. MBR1035. Okay, well, that is the same part Apple used. But the question is, what's the date code on it? What is the date code? I can't quite make it out. $89.21. Okay, well, that's weird. I would have sure thought that was not an Apple job. Alright, anyways. I think if Steve Jobs had caught someone doing that, he would have... Well, I don't know. Either he would have given them an award for being a genius and saving the company money from having to respin a board, or he would have, well, fired them for taking too long to mod it. 0.173 volt voltage drop. Now the important thing is, does it ever... Okay, there was something in parallel. I couldn't get a good reading on it in reverse. Okay, so in reverse, there's no voltage drop. Forward biased, it's got a 0.17 Alright, let me try that again. 0.179. Actually, I just realized there's some shmoo on, or something on the leg. Okay, well, it might be fine. And maybe that is an Apple job. It's certainly different than the other analog boards I've seen, because someone took the time to solder the other leg to the back of the heatsink, where most of them, the tab is conductive. So I usually just see the, oh, there's actually thermal compound on the back of this. Okay, I'm going to take... I don't think that's Apple original. I think someone back in the day replaced that. And they soldered the leg to the back because they put thermal compound between it and the heatsink, which I don't think Apple did. I think Apple just jammed the tab straight flat to the back, and that was the cathode. So I think this Mac has been worked on before. Interesting. Does have an awful low forward voltage compared to the data sheet. Okay, not convinced that that's... The heatsink does not look stock. Actually, the heatsink is stock because there's the Apple part number for it. (730-0017-E). I'm pretty sure that, yeah. The heatsink itself, I think, is stock. I don't think that's stock, though. Yes, that is the correct diode. That is the correct diode. So, whoever did this did not do the common upgrade of using an MBR1045. They replaced it with the exact component. Now, unless, because this is a 1989 analog board, unless Apple made some manufacturing changes in an attempt to increase reliability because this part commonly failed due to heat. I guess it's possible that instead of paying more for the MBR 1045, Apple did that in an attempt to increase reliability, but I've not seen enough of these analog boards to say that Apple did that, but this is an Apple heatsink. The one thing is, though, the forward voltage on this diode is rather low compared to what the datasheet says it should be, so I'm actually not convinced that is a functional diode. But I'm trying to look at the... Oh. Typical forward... Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is, because I just realized the data sheet, the forward voltage is rated at, is listed at 10 amps and 20 amps. And this multimeter is putting a very small current, and according to the chart, actually, at a low voltage, the forward voltage could be fairly low. So I have a feeling that this diode is probably simply conducting at a low voltage. So the diode test on my multimeter is showing a very low forward voltage. So actually, that is probably fine. So I'm going to put this diode back in. To save myself some trouble, should I have to remove the heatsink later because of the way this was installed, I am going to not twist the tabs on the heatsink. I will just simply make sure it's flush and soldered in. And I'll check the other diode here. Whoop. Okay. I think that diode's fine. Let me check the other one. Is it a silicon diode or a Schottky? It is a Schottky. It's a Schottky diode. Now, this is the diode that looks like someone replaced it. Although, you know, quite honestly, if someone replaced that diode, I would have just expected them to... I would almost have expected them to just solder the heatsink back on and not bother twisting it, because why go through that trouble? I don't know. Maybe 1989 would have been rather late in the Plus life cycle. Maybe Apple did make some changes for analog board reliability, and I just haven't seen enough examples to know that Apple did this. So yep, okay. So here's the other diode. They totally soldered the cathode into the hole where you would put the screw for the heatsink. And that totally is an Apple part number on it, on the heatsink, 730-0017. Okay, that's gotten some moisture on it. That totally is an Apple part number. I mean, now, is that the right part number for that part? I don't know. Could other companies make part numbers for internal parts in the same style as Apple? Well, sure. But, I mean, a 3-digit hyphen 4-digit number is certainly matches the scheme Apple went with. Okay, so this diode has a 0.43 for forward voltage, and in circuit I wasn't able to tell because there's some stuff in parallel. And okay, it is not conducting in reverse. Excellent. Unfortunately, I can't see the part number. But what I can see is the date code, and that date code is 99016. $1990 week 16. Now, all of the major this this diode had a date code of 89 in 89. 89 90. Oh yeah, this is like a late analog board. Oh, I think this is like a really late analog board. Or it got refurbished. Or this board got refurbished in 1990. One of the two. Either it was built in 1990 and they had stock of some of these parts from 89, or this was a service board and it got refurbished. Yeah, it could be from a donor board. But there are components on this analog board that say 1990, so it's possible this came from Apple exactly like this. But I guess the important thing is this diode's not shorted, so I think I can put it back in and at least I know we won't go into short circuit protection mode because the rectifying diodes are shorted, at least right now. Alright, there's that. Alright. There we go. We got an analog board. I've checked the heavy solder joints. Well, that's interesting. Okay, that looks really interesting. I'm going to have to see what component that is, but there's like... There is not a lick of solder there, but there is no via there either. That is weird. And it's a 3-pin component. What is that component? Oh, and this is a single-sided board too, before anyone asks. It is a C2810A or 93Y. That's never had solder on it. Okay, I guess that's correct. Okay, that just looks weird. That's component Q11. Okay, Well, I guess without further ado, let's see if this Mac Plus just happens to work. Boy, that would give me quite the predicament. But then again, that would also give me quite the working Mac Plus, and then maybe my shattered Mac. Well, actually, I probably okay. If this Mac Plus works, I do see their screen burn, so I probably still would at least do some part of a component swap. Because the tube in my smashed Mac Plus that I bought from Mercari, the place where I stopped buying stuff from because I don't know, I was just getting disappointed by their site. Great. I am going to go ahead and put all the screws back in the analog board because I don't want it to like fall out of place due to high voltages and whatnot. Also, some of these are serving as ground points, so I don't think that screw goes there. When you got a CRT, it's always good to make sure you got good ground points. I'm not going to put the side shield on, partly because I've misplaced one of the things that hold it on. It's probably knocked it on the floor, quite honestly. Knowing myself, it's probably on the floor and I'll have to go find it. At least I want to make sure the analog board stays where it's supposed to be. Alright. And we'll plug the... I got that connector there. I'll get this one here. Plug the anode cap back on. I will put some dielectric grease up. Actually, I think the anode cap is supposed to go over, not under. Not enough slack that way. There we go. That's better. Anode cap. The wire for the anode cap goes over the neck, under the ground wire. I think that's probably better routing. We'll put the connector back on carefully. All right, there we go. I'm going to just go for this logic board, in fact. Don't see anything on it that screams this logic board will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1, go. So actually, I kind of do like the thought of maybe, since I've got two Mac Pluses that are both platinums, maybe keeping one as a, oh no, I had an OBS disconnection. Bad Comcast, no cookie for you. maybe keeping one of the Mac Pluses as a 1 MB, and then make the other one a 4 MB. Which could be convenient because this board's got 1 MB on it, I believe, if it works. And the board in my smashed Mac Plus has 4 MB on it, I believe. So I would be able to do that without having to do anything. I call that a win. All right. Now, this is the point of the stream where I will have trouble showing you what it does. All right. Smart outlet is off. Do not try this at home. There are high voltages present, like star dot star. Not responsible for misdirected electrons should you choose to do this at home and you touch something that you weren't supposed to. There. Yeah, be careful around exposed CRTs. Smart outlet is still not on. Smart outlet is still not on. Smart Justin is backing away slightly. Not that I think it's going to do anything, but all right, smart outlet will be turned on in 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, that was anticlimactic. Okay. I as Adrian Black would say, it freaking works. Well, not only do we have video, we've got the X floppy disk icon, and I don't know why I didn't hear any sound. All right, let's get the floppy emu. Oh, floppy emu, where are you? Oh, that's right. I put it in its drawer. Oh, floppy emu adapter, where are you? Your presence is requested on the command deck. Well, I think I know how I'm going to fix my smashed Mac Plus, potentially. Now that I have this potential regret that appears to just work. So I think now I know I just need to buy like 4 parts Mac Pluses that don't have any exterior signs of battery corrosion. And yeah, I sure didn't hear a okay, I did not hear anything on the speaker. I don't know why that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold, please. If I'm going to do this, I need 2 items. Let me go find the keyboard and mouse. There's a mouse. Right now. Yeah, I have 2 mice. I'm not sure which one's and a keyboard cable. And I believe it is an actual keyboard cable. I'll check the pin out in a moment. Okay. So one of these two mice. Oh, I now know which one's the wrong mouse. I was about to say, one of these mice is an Apple II mouse, and I don't know which one it is. But then I realized the Apple II mouse is the one with the same color. I think that is the Apple II mouse. Because the other mouse I have is Mac Plus mouse. And it's got the same color button on it as the keycaps on a Mac Plus. Yep, I don't have a physical floppy to slam in here, but I got a floppy emu image. But I realized I'm going to need a keyboard and mouse. Alright, so I'm pretty sure that's the correct mouse. And this is a straight through keyboard cable, so I know it's not a phone handset cable. And I got a Mac Plus key. In fact, actually, this is the keyboard that came with my smashed Mac Plus. Alright. Still don't know why there's no sound. And I don't know why the floppy emu, floppy emulation mode, Macintosh 3.5. I think the internal floppy drive is interfering with the external port. So I just unplugged the internal floppy drive. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Let me turn the brightness down so my webcam picks it up a little better. Okay, so the internal floppy drive has some problem that's... Because I kept hearing it like tick, 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 like it was trying to read a disk, but I'm wondering if it's got the wrong cable or something. Yeah, look at that. We have Snooper emergency disk. Let's go ahead and run we'll run all the logic tests. Or at least the ones that'll let me run in this mode, which looks like it's RAM, PRAM, clock, SCSI. Might as well turn printer and modem because I don't have loopbacks. There we go. So we have 1 megabyte of RAM. As I suspected. You know, quite honestly, I think I'm finding a pattern that the less I pay for Mac Pluses, the more likely they electrically work. to a point, and then they become, but then the free ones I get don't work. But I guess I do like me a good repair challenge. Yeah, okay, so either I'm going to A, find another case, not from the eBay seller that promised me pictures and didn't send them. They're getting their case back. I'm not keeping it. Or I'm going to put the smashed Mac Plus in my other Mac Plus, which has an analog board problem. Although, let me go look at its CRT while this runs. Is it, I don't know. Or I'll put the working CRT in this one, and I don't know. Yeah, my webcam, unlike some things it doesn't like to cooperate with, it is actually doing a quite nice job on this CRT. And this CRT actually looks really good. I think it's a low hour CRT. I don't see much soot on it. But, I mean, it's... I mean, okay, so I turned the... If I was using it, I would probably turn it just a scotch brighter. But that seems to be a good point for the webcam. I think if I was using it, I'd want it just like a touch brighter. although I'd still be happy using it at that brightness level, and that's not overly bright. So it's still got adjustment. It's still got adjustment in it. I don't think it needs recapped. I'm not going to recap it right away. Other than I'll get some safety caps. Hi, Dave! This is the potential regret Mac Plus from eBay, and it freaking works, as Adrian Black would put it. The only thing I did to it is I reflowed the analog board because it looked like there were a few cracked solder joints, and I, of course, removed the refas. And it needs a retro bright. So, I was wondering, Dave, I know you'd offered to retro bright the case that I received that was broken and to fix it. Would your offer be valid if I would send you, pull everything out of this case to make it light and safe to ship? But would your offer to retro bright be valid for this Mac Plus? Because it had some stickers on it, and so it's got some places on it that kind of look, well, it shows its original color. All right. So tell you what, folks, that'll at least be one thing I will do to this case. So I'm not going to part swap tonight. All right, Dave, it'll probably be a week or so before I get it out to you. But anyways, yeah. So anyways, that is one thing I'm going to do to this Mac Plus. I will send the case to Dave, and I'll let him retro bright it. Because he's got that sweet, sweet California sun, and I don't. And that way I can say, Dave will have a part in this Mac Plus. And then I'll, in the meantime, figure out what parts to put in what case. Yeah, Dave's laughing. Yeah, the seller of this Mac Plus actually packed it decently well. So, in fact, it actually came in a sturdy enough box. I can probably just reuse their box and packing material, and it would probably arrive safely. So, yeah, there we go. And it looks like it's passing logic tests. And this is like... I can't believe it. Actually, maybe I should believe it. Yeah, this is like really nice. So, the $80 for parts Mac Plus from eBay. No battery corrosion because someone pulled the battery out of it. it looks like it had low hours. I mean, there's dust in it, but like I don't think there's much of any soot in it. It looks like it was a late Mac Plus because it's got 89 and 90 date codes on the analog board. I think this is a Mac Plus someone bought very late and then put it away and thought and thought to pull the battery out first. Because this thing's like, there's dust in it, but I mean, it's not like overly dirty inside. No, I don't. The floppy drive doesn't work. That's like the only other problem. In fact, the internal floppy drive's unplugged because it was interfering with the floppy emu. I couldn't get the floppy emu to. The Mac was complaining about a bad disk with the internal floppy drive plugged in, so I'll have to do some work on the floppy drive. And I don't know that I'm going to do that tonight because I'm almost tempted to like pull something else out because I don't have a good place to disassemble this and keep. I got to make a place for it to disassemble it before I strip it apart to send the case to Dave. I'll probably actually strip it apart on Dave's stream Sunday. I'm actually tempted to shut it down and put the case back on and yeah, I know it works and there's like no damage on the case. Other than the floppy drive, but we can deal with that. Floppy drive issues we can deal with. I'm kind of wondering if the floppy drive mechanism might just be like jammed or something. Francois says no damage. That can be arranged, hammer. Yeah, we're not going to take a hammer to this case. I've had enough trouble getting working Mac Pluses. In fact, I'd almost be tempted to maybe just keep this tube in this Mac because, quite honestly, the screen burn isn't that bad. The image could stand to maybe move over to the right a little bit because it's not centered left to right, but top to bottom it's pretty much centered. And with it running, I can't see the screen burn. It's like the menu bar is a little burned in, but it's actually, yeah, Dave says the drive gets gunked up. Okay, well the drive is probably gunked up. I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm actually thinking of pulling not the smashed Mac Plus on the bench. I'm trying to remember where I have the other Mac Plus. All right, let me. I'm gonna let Snooper run this one. Finish the cycle. While I try to remember where I put the Mac Plus, not the smashed one. I know where the smashed one is. Oh, I know where it is. It's inconveniently located for my inconvenience. There it is. I see where it is. All right. I can get to it. It's just got a VIC 20 box on top of it. Gutbomb goes, yeah, I knew that VIC 20 would I knew a VIC 20 would appear somewhere in this stream. Oh, there we go. That cycle passed. All right, cool. Gutbomb says VIC 20, you say. Yeah, apparently I have an empty VIC 20 box on top of my other non-smashed but non-functional Mac Plus because I didn't buy it for parts on eBay. It came from the Herndon Hall. So it's one that Retrotech Chris picked up for free and then distributed stuff to the community. Oh yeah, believe me, there's probably high voltage very much present. And the only reason I'm not discharging it, remember, do what I say, not what I do, but the only reason I'm not discharging it is because I'm putting I'm doing this. I'm putting the cover back on. I'm not even bothering to put the shield on the side because I'm putting the cover on and I'm going to put the screws in and I'm going to set this to the side. Well, that is if the case wants to go on. It's quite possible I'm going to realize I've done something wrong and I have to discharge it because I'm doing something wrong. Frank S. says Commodores need to retire to Florida. I happen to like some of my Commodores. I'm warming up to them. Although, Apple II still had the best version of Oregon Trail. Changed my mind. Alright, why is this not going on? What have I done to misalign something? Okay. Nothing is misaligned. That must just be how... Oh, I might also just tape the screws to this and... Alright, I've got something misaligned. Dave says, it's the RF shield. Oh. Feels like it's... There we go. I got it. It was like the RF... Or not the... okay, so it might have been the RF shield, but I think the analog board is like ever so slightly bent. Probably due to it being out of place for potentially a little longer. Alright, so we're just going to put this back on. Even though I'm going to take it apart later. Actually, maybe this will help the analog board kind of fit back into place. Plus, I won't lose the screws. All right. There we go. Oh, and let me put the battery cover back on. Because that way I will have all the parts together, and then I'll find the little black standoff piece that I've probably managed to knock off my workbench. Because I probably put it somewhere silly and then knocked it off onto the floor. Go me. I don't know if I can find the battery door. Oh, maybe the battery door is near where I put the standoff. Alright, hold please while I attempt to find basic parts from the Mac Plus that Alright, so there's actually, if I put the standoff there in the battery holder, I don't think there's, well, I don't think there's anywhere for it to fall, although if it fell, it would fall inside the case. Alright. Hold, please. I am attempting to locate two parts I chose poorly in setting to the side. At least one of them I'm probably just overlooking it because it's the same color as other things on my bench. Possible I'm overlooking both of them because I have both black and beige items on my bench. Box is empty. Oh, okay, well there's the battery door. It was setting in the roll of Captain tape. And I have no idea what I did with the little standoff. Alright, well, I'll just probably have to find another standoff dealy-do, because I've probably knocked it off my bench to find it when I least need it. Giving one last look. Okay, well, I guess if I find it, I'll probably know what it goes to. Okay, I'll snap the battery cover back on. The one standoff is in the battery door. Alright, we will set this to the side. And I'll pull it back out Sunday during Dave's stream. Now, take a look at this Mac Plus. Oh, that's weird. A little 32 kilohertz crystal sitting on top of it. Probably got stuck to my big 20 box. Good night, Frank. All right, well, get some rest so that you can get your hurricane prep done. And I found the standoff I was looking for. And stay safe. And check in with us when the hurricane's passed. In fact, anyone in the path, like not in evacuation zones, feel free to check in with someone on social media after the hurricane's passed, just so we know you're okay. When you can, of course. Yeah. This is actually a different Mac Plus. um, yeah, that Mac Plus. I'll just need to replace the safety caps and send the case to Dave for retro brighting. This Mac Plus came from a lot of Macintosh computers that RetroTech Chris picked up in Herndon and then distributed to the community. So this one is not an eBay regret. It is not a Mercari regret. It is not a Yahoo Japan auctions regret. I mean, I can't really call something that was free a regret. It's not powering up, so I'm gonna pull the analog board out and we're gonna take another look at the analog board. I have recapped the analog board, but I've also since learned of some components that are failure prone. So this Mac has been set to the side for quite a while, probably months. So I'm not worried about stored voltages. But again, if you are, which you probably should be, discharge the CRT. You will not charge a CRT by attempting to discharge it. You will not be able to add more charge. You will not be able to charge it if you just try to discharge it. Mike's Future Retro. I want to retro bright a 2C and a 2E. And an extended 2 keyboard. In desperate need of retro British. Oh, retro bright. Oh, yeah. Darn autocorrect. That's like retro British. Is that like some new procedure I've never heard of? Oh no, that's retro bright. Just after autocorrect mangles it for you. Brightening, yeah. I was like, oh no, do I need to learn a new procedure? Nope, it's that same old procedure that gets me too, called auto incorrect. Yeah. Alright, so let's see here. Got that board out. I should have the analog board loose. So now I can unplug this cable here and get this cable here. Carefully. There we go. Get the board where I can. There we go. And now, all right. Now Now we can take a look at this analog board. I think I have an idea what it might very well be. There's the plus board still in it. All right. Jack has had pretty good luck with indoor retro brighting. I actually have some things to set up an indoor retro bright station. Oh, I guess now that I got that apart, there we go. Just webcams. I just need to set it up, bother to set it up. Interesting. So this analog board, looking for date codes, because look at that. It's got the same diode. I wonder if Apple actually switched to that diode in later analog boards. Now, I know I've recapped this because that's definitely a cap from Console 5. That is the cap they send you for that position. And I can also see that there were a couple caps in the kit I got that were not quite... Oh, wait. Yeah, this has definitely been recapped. I know it has. Because, yeah, I see the tacky flux residue. Yeah, because those are Panasonic caps. Yeah, this has definitely been recapped from the kit from Console 5, but Apple's done the same thing here. This must be a later... I wonder if this is a later doing for reliability. Although, then again, that's got a date code of 87 on that one component there. All right, we're going to pull those diodes out and check them. So, same thing I did to the last board. I'm going to check these diodes. And if they're not, if they're good, then I think I may just try replacing U3 and giving it a try. Because U3 is also one of the common parts to fail. Oh, yeah, I know. I've got one more evidence of me retrobrighting it. I see the glue on components that aren't capacitors where there were bigger capacitors here. So, yeah, I have recapped this. I will also check the diodes in the diode bridge. But I'm thinking, if I remember, I was seeing voltage on these caps. But I was not getting DC voltages. So I think the diode bridge is fine. These caps are fine. Let me take a quick peek before I desolder those diodes. Let me just double check that I didn't put any of the caps in backwards when I recapped it. So positive mark there. There's negative. Positive, and I see the negative arrows. All right, so there's positive and the negatives pointing that way on that cap. Let's see here. There's positive and negatives pointing that way. Okay, can't see that one. So I'm not going to suspect that. Okay, that one's in right. 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 That one's good. That one's good. These are good. That one's good. That one's good. Got the Oh, I bet I missed a Y class on that other board, but that's fine. I'll next time I have it open, I'll pull the other one out. Okay, so I did, the caps are incorrect. That one's not polar. I have a secondary aquarium jet to help with circulation. Ah, yeah, that would be. Yes, I've got a tent, something like was recommended on the first video I saw on indoor retrobreeding, although I think it might be overkill. I need to get some lights to put in it because and then I can give it a try. All right, so I think this one here is the one that more commonly fails, so we'll check it first. There are components in parallel, so I'm just going to go ahead and pull it out of circuit. Now, I believe, unlike the other analog board, I think this one actually did have a leaky cap on it. I think I just did a decent job cleaning it, so. Oh, okay. Yeah, those sous vide things don't. They work fine for cooking your meat to the proper temperature, because for that it usually works. But yeah, when you're trying to get a very even distribution of hydrogen peroxide, yeah, I can see where you want as much circulation as possible. All right. So this is the. So this is actually a General Instruments, I believe, SBS 1035T. It's probably equivalent to the Motorola MBR 1035. And again, like the one we just looked at, looks like. All right. Well, that looks fine. And, okay. And we don't have any reverse. Okay, so that looks like that one's working. And again, yep. I'm pretty sure that's an Apple part number there, 730-0017E. So that's actually the same part number. Although this one has more holes in it. Although I think this might be an earlier analog board, but maybe later revisions they eliminated the extra holes because they standardized on a part or something. I don't know. All right, so that one's back in. Let's remove the other diode and check it, because that's also a common one to fail. And if that doesn't work, we'll replace the opto isolator. Or I may pull the SCR out and check it first. Alright, let's check this diode. So this is a 31D005 maybe? International rectifiers. That looks like 31D005. If anyone's wondering. Alright, good night, Francois. Alright, so this diode. Oh, I'm in the wrong mode. Just realized I could probably test it that way. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. The 0 ohms was because I was touching the heatsink on both sides, so no problem. And it's not... And it's not conducting in reverse. Okay. Alright, well, I guess in this case, the diodes are fine. Because I have one of these analog boards where the both the diodes are actually shorted, so that's the one that's in my Mac 512K. Both the diodes are actually shorted. Of course, that's probably because it's an earlier analog board, because it's using the original diodes. But I guess now that I see how Apple installed the equivalent part that I thought was just suggested by... I don't know who originally instigated it, but apparently Apple used the upgraded part for this diode here. Alright. So, those diodes are fine. That's not the cause of the problem. So... Alright, let me see if I can find the SCR. Or actually, let me pull up the... Actually, that's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and put a socket for U3. Because I know it's a part that's failure prone. I'll go ahead and I've got a few replacement chips. I just have to remember where I put them, but then I'll pull open the I think it's the Dead Max scrolls that has a section on these power supplies. All right. I'm off screen because the now, if you're working on these analog boards, I mean, assuming you're comfortable and know what you're doing, like, don't try this at home. It's not a how-to video. The pad that just came off the board is not connected to anything, so I'm not worried about it at all. I think I lost that pad on another analog board, but there's like two of these that are not even connected to anything, so I'll just go ahead and all right. There we go. There's the old opto isolator. All right, let me see if I can remember where I put the 6-pin sockets, and the 6-pin sockets are right here. Yeah, the opto isolator is not working. It will not be able to regulate. So there's a thread on Tinker Different that basically a whole bunch of people have fixed their analog board by replacing this component. Also, for some reason, even though these are one-layer boards, they are like really thick one-layer boards because there's hardly any component leads sticking out of the board here. Again, that one pad I lost, not connected to anything, so I'm not overly concerned. All right. Okay. Oh, Jack says maybe they're thick because they're vertical and have to support the flyback. Maybe that's it. All right. Anyways, there's no traces on the top, and there's no trace going to that pad I lost on the bottom, so nothing to worry about. Nothing to no reason to even try to bodge anything there. Alright, so I'm going to pull open, I think it's the Dead Mac Scrolls. I think I already have it downloaded because I was looking at that 512 board the other day somewhere. I don't remember if it was my stream or Dave's stream or... Probably it was Dave's stream. I think I got tired of looking at it not working, and maybe it was one of my streams. I don't know. I got tired of looking at it not working and decided I wanted to test some of the components that weren't working, and yeah, both of its diodes are shorted, so I don't have spares of those components, so luckily they aren't shorted on this board. I gotta place an order with Mauser. At the moment, the only thing in my Mauser cart is those rectifying diodes, so... I was hoping to maybe get a few more parts before I place the order, because... I mean, with shipping what it is these days, I want to make the most of my shipping fee. Alright, so let me pull open the Dead Mac Scrolls, and let's see what it says. Luckily, that book has been archived. Oh, wait, I thought I had it downloaded. Oh, maybe I've got it open in a browser tab, which... Sometimes that's as good as I downloaded it. Sometimes better. Actually, just kidding there. Oh, I bet I have it open upstairs on my MacBook, because that's I was probably reading it upstairs. Okay. Here we go. Dead Mac Scrolls. Alright. My safety glasses are smudged, so I'm going to pull them off so I can read a little better. Alright, so it looks like the Mac Plus starts on page 11. So basically, this book goes through symptoms and tells you what to replace. Okay, let me check Q3. I may have to pull it out of circuit to test it. Although, I think what I'll do is I will inspect it. Because it looks like it's saying to just check it for damage. Oh, I need to find those opto-isolators. Well, okay, I can finish inspecting parts, and then I'll go find the opto-isolators. I'll occasionally tab back to the chat. For ease of reading, I put... Oh, there it is. It's, yeah, that part looks... I don't think Q3 is damaged. Okay. Plus, the symptom doesn't really match what I remember, so... Alright, here's one symptom. A couple of these say to check the resistance across CR5. I'll remove Q3 if necessary. Oh, let me just turn this to regular resistance mode. There we go. So CR5 is probably going to be CR4 or CR8. Oh, it's going to be this one here. Okay. Oh, we're fine. Okay. It's saying to check it for a low resistance, which would mean you have to replace the flyback. So that's not the case. I didn't think it was the flyback on this one. Okay, I think we're fine there. Mac does nothing. Okay, see the next entry. Resistance across CR5 suggests the flyback is fine. Okay. Probable diagnosis. Check the in-circuit resistance across CR21. Okay, well, I just checked CR21 as a diode, but I'll humor it, and I'll check its resistance because there's might be something in parallel. Oh, interesting. All right. Well, I'm not getting the resistance it says I should get in normal case, but I'm not getting the resistance it says I should see in the failed case, and I just checked it, so I don't think that's it. Now it's having me check a resistor. I'll keep that in mind, though. Check resistor R46. I'm thinking it might be the opto-isolator. I'm going to humor it, though, for some of these things to check. All right, so check resistor R46. It's like a 1 watt resistor. So I would think it should be easy to find. There it is. Oh, that resistor totally looks fine. Yeah, it's totally reading the correct resistance. 47, 49, and 50. Ooh, I need to pull 2 of those out of circuit. I think. Oh, I should probably put the an opto isolator back in, because 2 of those resistors didn't test right. But it's quite possible the absence of the opto isolator could be throwing something off. There's supposed to be 1.5 ohm 1.5 ohm quarter watt resistors, which seems like a low wattage for a low resistance, but they're probably in a feedback circuit or something. All right, I remember where I put them. Oh, that's not them. So I think I found them, and or at least I found the anti-static bag that belongs to them. They, of course, fell out of it. All right, hold please while I check the. In fact, I think not only did they fall out of the anti-static bag that the tube was in, I think they fell out of the tube. We're in 35. Yeah, I think that's the parts I ordered for this. Let me check the analog board I worked on earlier. Well, looks like I'll be ordering more opto-isolators because I probably end up mangling the pins before I... Yep, okay. Confirmed, I found the correct ones. Oh, hey Jeremy, welcome. Oh, Jeremy, do you still want that? You remember that 486 board? You asked me to wait until after VCF Midwest. You still want that board? I still have it set aside for you. Uh, okay, I can remind you. I'll send you. Uh, I'll have to look exactly what it was just to remind you what it was. Okay, so I got an opto isolator in place. Now, let's see if the resistance of these resistors measures correctly in circuit with an opto isolator in place. There's such a low wattage, low resistance resistor that I kind of wonder if they're in the... All right, so R47 is still measuring 0.8 ohms. And R49 is measuring 0.8 ohms. And it should be 1.5 ohms. And it's actually a resistor the Dead Mac Scrolls says to check. Huh. Well, if those... Alright. I don't know where my red marker is. Just wanted to mark the board. Marking the board for component removal. So I can check them out of circuit. Alright. Interestingly enough, they don't look damaged, but I guess maybe these were known to go out of tolerance. I find it interesting that they got called out by part number. Okay, there we go. Alright, according to the Dead Mac Scrolls, these are in the switching power supply circuit, so I don't know. Alright. Alright, let's see what they read as. And if they continue to read 0.8 ohms, then they are definitely out of spec, and we'll have to order replacements. Alright, so this one is... Whoops. Alright, 1.5 ohms. So 1.6 ohms. Okay, well that... Okay, those are actually in spec. That's why I removed them from the circuit. Maybe I should remove this other one that measured good in circuit just to check that maybe it's not the one that's out of spec, because it measured the rate resistance in circuit. So maybe it's actually the one out of spec. That would be... Alright, we'll go ahead and remove it and check it out of circuit. So it's going to be this one here. Alright. I'll just solder them all in at once. They're all three the same value resistor, so I'm not too worried if they fall out, because they're all three the same value. Okay. 1.5 ohms. Okay. Not those resistors. Alright. I was kind of having a hard time believing that three resistors that look good were going to end up being the problem. Alright. Right. It does say to check a transistor, so I might be about to enlist Claris to remove it from circuit so I can test it. Alright. It also generically says, and other small components on the bottom of the board. Okay, so it calls out transistor Q9, Q10, which is a silicon-controlled rectifier, Q11, the fuse, I'm presuming, and other small parts. Well, I did replace the opto-isolator because it's kind of... the way they bent the pins, it's kind of hard to reuse them. They're also hard to test. I mean, I could... actually, I guess I could test it. I just realized, I bet I could test it, just not the way I would normally test a component. Find my component tester. Oh, I probably... oh, alright. It's actually, I realized one side of it should test as a transistor, or a diode. I don't know which side is which. I was looking for my little component tester that... oh, there it is. Sitting in front of me the whole time. Alright, so... okay, so that must be the diode side of the opto-isolator. The other side is... also shows up as a diode. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be correct. Alright, it was probably fun. Let me see what the new one... let me see what a new one tests like. So a new one, 1.16 volts, alright. And if we turn the chip around, ooh, an NPN transistor. Interesting. Where did I put the old chip? Oh no! I think I... Looking for the old chip so I could test it again. Maybe one of the leads wasn't making good contact. Maybe that actually was the fault. That's the... I am really great at losing parts I just had in my hand 30 seconds ago. And I'm glad you all still hang out with me. Oh, there it is. Alright, I'll straighten the legs just to make sure I got the most component leads. Okay, so this first side should test as a diode. 1.12 volts. Okay. I'm going to test the same side of the new, a sample of the new one. 1.18 volts. Okay. So if I flip the new one around, we have an NPN transistor. Now if I put the old one in the same way as that, then theoretically we should have an NPN transistor. We have a diode. Maybe it's still fine. I mean, it might. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I know two of the pins on an NPN transistor will look like a diode on a working chip. Maybe the newer chips are made different. Alright, I guess let's check these transistors that the DeadMac Scrolls says to check. And it's going to be Q9, Q10. Alright, let's start with Q9, because it's a 2N3906. I'm going to go down the list in order. The nice thing about a 2N3906 is I should have some somewhere if this would be bad. So, alright, should be these pins here. Let me make sure I know the way it gets inserted. Alright. The marking on the board's a little weird, but it's obvious which... there's a flat side on the shape on the board that matches the flat side of the transistor, so no worries. I'll get it. I have 3906s somewhere, so if this part's bad, I can do a instant swap. Operative word somewhere. Alright. And... oh, can't quite read the writing, but... put that in the tester here, and... oh, hey, Tim, welcome. We have Vborg. Okay, that is a PNP... a 3906 is a PNP transistor, so... alright. That transistor is not the cause of the problem. Okay, one down. Oh, I was off screen. Sorry. Let's see. Next one is supposedly a I think it's a rectifier. So I think I'll silicon controlled rectifier. All right, I'm going to see if I can test it on diode mode without removing it. I don't know what the pinout is. All right, I need to pull that out of circuit. Or first, let me pull up the data sheet. That is a CR 400Y. It seems like it's conducting in both directions, which doesn't seem right. Oh. Oh, that. Oh, that's. Oh, that's an SCR. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna skip testing that one because those are hard to test. That part's also out of production, so it will be tricky to replace. All right, but we're gonna skip it. Q11. All right, well, we'll go to the next one. Q11 is a heatsink mounted part here. Just remove it from the heatsink here. I'm not sure what Q11 is because it is a 3-pin component, and one of the pins is like not connected to the board. I don't know. Don't know what it is, but we'll try to test it. Maybe it's a diode or something. If I get it out, I might be able to read the part. Well, the Dead Max scrolls say to check it, so check it I will. Alright. After all, the Dead Max scrolls help people repair their Macintosh and save a bundle. So who am I to argue with the research that went into the book? I mean, it even told you what flyback transformer to order if that's what the problem was. This is a C2810 7N0. Don't know what that is. I will put it in my component test nevertheless. Well, if I can get it in. Come on. Alright. Oh, it's an NPN transistor. Oh, I know why the middle pin's not connected. Because the middle pin... Oh, that makes sense now. The middle pin's probably connected to the tab. Yeah. Okay. That's why it's not connected. The middle pin's not connected on the board. Because Apple's using the... They're using the tab, not the... They're using the heat sink for the middle pin's connection, not the middle pin itself. That makes sense. Okay. I think this is basically a... I think this is actually might be a MOSFET. Or power transistor. There's some solder on the pin, even though there's no connection for it. Now, Okay, well, there we go. There's that. Let's make sure it lines up. I'll go ahead and put the screw back in it. And there was a lock washer. Make sure the lock washer is back on, and a nut. Make sure that the component lines up. Get another look at the chat here in a moment. It's hard to read read a book on your main screen and also pay attention to the chat. All right, there we go. All right, so it's not this component. Okay, since it's none of the components they call out, I'm not going to check all of them unless I run out of other ideas. I'm going to stick with the ones they called out, which I just went through their list. They all appear to be fine. Because there's like a whole lot of other small parts that are in there. And all the other small parts in the switching power splash. So I don't think those are them. Okay. Well, I've already replaced the electrolytics. That's not it. Not that, because the voltage isn't too high. Nope. CR29. Alright. CR29. Let me check that. Little diode down here that you can't see because it's off screen. You still can't see it because it's still off screen. So far down on the board, I'm going to have to zoom out, I guess. Oh, zoom out the other way. There it is. That little diode right there. I'm having a hard trouble thinking it could be it. Oh. .529. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, in circuit, I'm seeing voltage both directions. So let me pull it out of circuit. I mean, it could be because there's components in parallel with it. I do see components that appear to be in parallel with it. Now, I believe I have some 1N4001s. This is, I should have plenty of those somewhere. If I don't have 1N4001s, I have to have something that would work in its place. Oh, wait a minute. I think I just found a... Oh. That's embarrassing. I desoldered the capacitor that's beside it. Alright, let's try that again. Whoops. Well, capacitor just fell out of the board. Luckily, it's just a little polymer cap, so... Not... Yeah, not polarized. Okay. That was soldered before I desoldered it by mistake, so that's not the problem I'm looking for. Also, if anyone's wondering, I don't think that cap was in parallel with the diode, so... Alright. Now that should be the diode. Okay. Alright, there we go. Diode is out. Let's see what the... Oh. Alright, let me just see what my multimeter says. Okay. We got 0.522. Okay, that's correct there. And once again, another component the test find out of circuit. All right. Okay. Next. I don't think that's going to be it. Let's see here. Let me check CR5. CR5. Oh, wait. I think I've already checked it. High-pitched chirp, chirp, chirp noise. No, it wasn't. Okay, it wasn't making a chirping noise. I'm going through the DeadMax scrolls to try to find a bad component on this analog board. Alright, I might come back to CR5 if nothing else pans out. Oh, okay. The next page is giving me symptoms that I wouldn't have known if it was the case, because I didn't own the Mac when it would have last worked. And it's also indicating CR5, and it's something that could be the cause. So let me pull CR5 out and actually test it out of circuit. Actually, let me test it in circuit. Okay, nope, no use pulling it out the circuit. It's fine. All right, also saying to check Q3, which is the transistor right beside it. It's kind of hard to get out, so, all right. Since CR5 is fine, I'm going to ignore that. Okay. I've reflowed solder joints. Okay. No, it's not those. These are all okay. Oh, that's 128K. All right, still scrolling through. See if there's any that match no video, but I think I've exceeded that. Everything's sad max at this point. All right. Oh, interesting. There's a no video that could be the logic board. All right, so okay, so I've gone through everything. Place the opto isolator because pulling it out, it's kind of hard to reuse it because the way they bent the pins. Checked a bunch of components. I'm pretty sure I've already reflowed the solder joints on this board. Oh. Yeah, I think I've reflowed that. Well, I'm actually not sure I've reflowed that. Alright. Because I'm not sure I've reflowed this board, I can't tell. I'm going to go ahead and I'll reflow the main offending joints. No, I'm pretty sure the switch is fine. Alright. Hold on. Components I inserted, there we go. Let me fix that. Okay. For some reason on this board, there's less solder on these joints. I'm going to add just a little bit as I reflow them. Just to make sure there's a nice solder joint. That's better, I hope. Alright, so I just reflowed all the large solder joints. Since I didn't really find anything else with the board. I think I'd already done it previously, but some of the solder joints looked anemic, so there, they look better. Alright, well, seeing nothing else that looks like it warrants a check, and the fact that it's 11:30 and it'd be really cool to be 2 for 2. Not to mention, it'd be really cool to get this Mac Plus that came from the Herndon Hall working. I mean, it's another Mac Plus Platinum, so which is fine. I'm totally fine having 2 Platinum Mac Pluses. Because I do have a 512K, which is going to be in the beige case. I don't need to have every version of every Mac. But what I would like to do with this one, if I have 2, is have one set up to be a stock 1 megabyte and one set up to be a 4 megabyte. Now that would be handy. I don't know what. Have a system that could run things as the system was released, and then another system where I could run things with it fully upgraded. Yeah. Without having to like open the system up and insert and remove RAM, because these systems are like not the they're not the easiest to get to. I mean, sure, you open the case, you can you can get the logic board out without too much trouble, but I think that's the ground screw. But the clips on the logic board are plastic, so there's a compelling reason to not swap RAM all the time. Plus, there is like a jumper you have to set on the board to change the amount of RAM, so alright. What am I missing? Again. Oh, there we go. There we go. Alright, that one's in. At least that's lined up. Since these do provide a ground, I want to make sure I got everything grounded, because that can cause problems. To not have a good ground for the CRT. Now, that screw does not want to go there. That is... Oh, please, while I fight with the screws. Is that because that's the screw that goes there? Ah. There we go. All right. Okay, there we go. Analog board's in, and neck board's on, and the anode cap is on, and I didn't remove the ground, so it's on, and all the cables are plugged in. All right, because I don't have an RF shield thingamajig on this Mac, I'm going to grab this one here that came from somewhere. I think this goes to one of the Macs from the Herndon Hall. There we go. All right. So I will go back to pointing my webcam at the screen. I will even change the... There we go. So for the first power up, I'm just going to plug it in. The switch is off. All right. And 3, 2, 1. Oh, I heard high voltage. Oh. All right, that is definitely not correct. The image is blown out and very dim. I had the brightness all the way up. Okay, let me see what the Dead Max Scrolls says. Yeah, we got a raster. I'll turn it back on again. So the brightness is all the way up. The floppy icon is like way too big and it's not centered. That brightness is all the way up. I think I remember seeing that problem in the Dead Max Scrolls. All right, let me go scroll the scrolls and see what it says. Something tells me it's... I bet it's Q3. Because it's not the flyback. Because I think the flyback's fine. Because I checked the few components that would have a different resistance if it was not fine. It could be a very tired picture tube. That is possible. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I can find my frequency app. Because actually... Alright, so I got a Sonic app on. I'm going to turn it on again. Okay, we do have a high-pitched... Because there is a symptom, it says... There's a normal startup bong, but the display is dark or severely distorted. Makes a high-pitched whining noise like a mosquito. Which I wouldn't necessarily be able to hear. Go tinnitus. That one, it says, replace the flyback transformer and check replace BU406, which is Q3. I don't have the right transistor to even just try replacing that. And after a few minutes, there's a burning smell as one of its symptoms. I'm not waiting for that. Could be the there is no neck board on these original Macs. It's just a little neck connector. I think the transistor's on the analog board, and you're probably referring to Q3. I'm thinking it's Q3. I'll have to order one because I don't have a suitable replacement. All right, let me see if there's another one that matches, because I sure thought there was one that even described that, like, the image is blown out, like, larger than it should be and dim. All right, let's see here. Actually, now that I think about it, that may be the symptom this one had, and I just forgot. Um. No, let's see. That's not it. All right. I think I'm gonna have to look up symptoms because I don't see the one I expect. However, I think I need to order. Thomas says Q3 varies the brightness by pulling the voltage down. I do not have a high voltage probe, so I cannot measure the high voltage to see if it is 9 kilovolts. It is quite possibly not. However, could be that some of the other voltages are not correct. Could put the computer face down and check voltages at the floppy connector and make sure we have 12 volts. Let's see here. Back. DB19 floppy pin out. All right, so it looks like if I put something in pin 1, so I will set the computer face down, only because that'll make it safer for me to check things. And let me find a component leg or two. Here we go. These are probably long enough. All right, so pin 1 is ground. It's chassis ground. All right, so we'll put that there. And let me see if I got a slightly longer lead. There we go. All right, you're not able to see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's pin 1. So pin 5 is negative 12 volts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put my probes into place. I do have the probes backwards. Well, no, I'm going to put them. I'm going to let my multimeter show me negative or positive. All right. So I'm going to turn it on, check voltage, and turn it off. Whoop. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, because I'm on AC voltage. That would be why. So I have 13. Oh, I have 13 volts. Okay, I've got negative 13 volts on the 12 volt rail. That seems a bit out of spec. All right, let me check 5 volts. .24 volts. A little high, but in spec. And let me check. The next pin is 12 volts. Something tells me... And we have 12 volts. Okay, so I think we have proper voltages. Because we have 5 volts and we have 12 volts. The negative 12 is a bit high, but I don't have a macrometer, and that's lower on my list because that's the macrometer meets my definition of nice to have because you can use a multimeter. I hate to say it. I mean, it's a neat product, but whoops. Sometimes I have to go for the multi-use things like a multimeter as opposed to the one-trick ponies. I'll get one someday, though. It is on my list of things I'd like, but all right, so voltages are fine. I think I'm inclined to believe it's probably Q3. So Q3, I'm hoping I can find a compatible part. I don't know if that transistor is still in production. BU406. All right, let me just go to Mouser. Because the best way to make sure I order it is to just go ahead and add it to my cart. Log in. And let's see here. Oh. All right. Very handy that my password manager has a view password button because I flubbed typing my password, and luckily I caught it before I hit enter, and I was able to confirm that yes, I did flub it and just change the part that was wrong. All right. So we have a BU406, and it's recommending a BU406D. I'm just going to search for BU406. So BU406 is an obsolete part. Wow. Let's see here. Obsolete. Expected in December. Well, that's a G part instead of a D part, but that probably is compatible. All right, so it looks like I might have to wait till December or order from a different vendor. That definitely is a transistor and probably the transistor I need. All right. Just let me go ahead and add one to my Mouser cart, and that will remind me to go look for a... Actually, I'll search eBay. I really don't like ordering parts like this from eBay because I've bought too many bad parts from eBay. Let's see here. All right. Well, I found one on eBay. Incredibly expensive, but it looks like a new old stock part. Okay, so at least I've got one on my Mauser cart and one in eBay. Jeremy's asking. Tim and Jeremy are. Tim is asking DigiKey or eBay. Jeremy's asking why not DigiKey. Jeremy's also asking or Arrow Electronics. 25's asking Jamco. All right. Why not eBay? Well, it's the place I buy things I later regret. Why not DigiKey? They take an extra day to ship stuff, and they're a day further away from me. Although, considering I don't need it right away, it may not matter. Why not Arrow Electronics? It would be like the only thing on the order. I may check them, though. I have nothing against them. Or Jamco. I don't know that Jamco even has that part. I'll gladly check Jamco here right now, because I think I've got a few things in my cart that I need to buy from Jamco, so... Jamco is not the first place I think of when I buy parts. Oh, no, actually, there is nothing in my Jamco cart. Jamco does not have that part. So that would be why not Jamco. DigiKey, which I also have nothing against, but they it seemingly takes a day or two longer to get anything from DigiKey, because it seemingly they never ship anything same day. And then they're a day further away from me, so it could be like 2 days extra. I know that seems silly, but when you kind of want to know about when it's going to come so you can schedule a follow-up live stream, it makes a bit more difference. Oh, guess what? DigiKey has no stock of that part, so that would be why not DigiKey, because they have none until November. Estimated. Well, maybe I'll be ordering from DigiKey. Arrow Electronics. Well, if DigiKey doesn't have it and Mauser doesn't have it, then I certainly don't know why Arrow would have it, but... Oh, and by the way, I think the other day I think it was on Dave's stream, I was trying to get to NTE's website and I couldn't. Well, turns out they went out of business. That's why I couldn't get their website to load. So I can't even use NTE now to get cross-compatible parts, because they're out of business. Why not Arrow? I would have to buy 50 of that transistor. I don't want to buy 50 of that transistor, because that would be $35 for a part I'm going to use one of. And it's not like I repair these analog boards. And plus, they have no stock. So, or at least I don't think they have stock. Yeah, no stock available. Yeah, no one's got it in stock. So, there you go. Why not Mauser? Well, I can't order from Mauser. They're out of stock. Why not DigiKey? They're out of stock. Why not Arrow? They're out of stock. Why not Jamco? They don't even have the part in their catalog. Why not eBay? No chain of custody on the part. So how do I know it's actually a BU406D? Although, Gutbump says not all machines. Some machines don't put all the voltage rails at the floppy port. Not all Macs have a floppy port. Yes. Eborg says a day or two longer is shorter than December. Yes, but DigiKey did say estimated, so... But spares, yeah. So I may end up ordering it from DigiKey just to get them in November, so... I may also see if I can find something that's compatible without having to wait. But yeah, So it looks like this analog board is going to have to wait a little bit longer, and I probably should just write myself a note on some sort of a note card that says Q3, because oh yeah, the thing is I will probably order a spare, but I don't need 49 spares. I'm not that bad at installing components. Besides, if I go through 49 spares repairing one component, I guarantee you I'm going to have probably ripped pads and traces off the board with that much rework. So, yeah, I don't think I'll go through 49, need 49 spares. Yeah, 49 spares is a lot of bowling, yeah. Point 5 says, check Q3 on your component tester to be sure it's bad before ordering. Well, I won't be checking it tonight. Also, Q3 is like really painful to remove, so I will have to remove the component in front of it to be able to get to the screw to remove it. Jeremy, I do not need to borrow a Mac Plus from you. I do have a working Mac Plus. Huge disclaimer, it's the one with the horribly broken case. That's the whole reason I bought the for spares one, or parts one on eBay, and it totally worked. So now I would feel bad parting it, using it for parts, because it just works. But yeah, I guess I have two working Macs. One needs retro brighted, and I guess there's a little screen burn. The other one is has a horribly broken case, so it's sitting face down until I can get a case for it. So I don't need to borrow a reference Mac Plus. I just need to manage to find a case for that Mac Plus that, or use the other one I just got that has a little screen burn. Because this screen, okay. So I have a feeling I may do it. That may be that might be what I do to get this one working. Because this screen actually has scratches in it. I didn't remember that. But I think those are scratches in the screen, not I don't think that's dirt on the screen. I think those are scratches on the screen. So maybe this Mac Plus might be the one that gets the shattered Mac's components swapped into it. Because then at least that fixes the scratches on the screen, if those are scratches. I'll find a microfiber cloth and try to wipe that just to make sure it isn't something that's on the screen. But I think those kind of feel like those are in the screen. I didn't realize that. So maybe this one gets fixed by means of I swap the components into it. Now, this case is yellowed as well, but I'm not going to send it to Dave. I'm going to send the other one to Dave, because at least with this one, it's uniformly yellowed. Whereas the other one had stickers on it at some point, so it's not uniformly yellowed. So maybe that's how I fix this Mac. Maybe I don't even order that transistor at all, and I just hold on to the analog board for spares, or fix it later when I can get the transistor, because I didn't realize I should have just looked at the screen first, because it's hard to see. Oh, there you go. There's a scratch there, and then there's a scratch here, which is harder for me to get the angle right. But then there's like scratches here too. So unfortunately, this screen's not burnt, doesn't have any screen burn, but the scratches are kind of distracting. Now, I will keep the tube, because this would sure beat if I ever got another one that actually had a broken tube. But or I mean, I think, or pass the tube along to someone that had a boo boo with one of their tubes, because I'm sure Viborg says glass can be polished. Someone else can polish the front of a CRT. That doesn't sound like something I want to do. That sounds painful. After all, I need to polish the headlights on my car, and I haven't bothered to do that because it's just a chore. Thomas says tubes are handy. Anyway, yeah, tubes are handy. So, anyways, I think maybe I have figured out how to fix the smashed Mac Plus, and that is to use this Mac Plus that came from the Herndon Hall, use it as the donor case, and just put all the components from the smashed Mac Plus into here. That gives me another spare logic board that quite possibly works, a floppy drive that I can use, and at least with 2 working assembled Mac Pluses and 3 floppy drives, I could hopefully get 2 working among them. An analog board that would be for repair later, and a CRT screen that would work in a pinch. I mean, if you put up with the fact it's got scratches on it. The yellowed plastic is probably merely oxidation. I don't think it's like anything worse. And then the one I got today that just works, then I'll probably leave it together as is. Since it's got the screen burn on it, it can be my 1 megabyte Mac Plus. The logic board had plastic clips on it. I'll leave it 1 megabyte. And then that way I have, but I'll send the case to Dave for retro brighting. It is a BU406 transistor, yes, Thomas. And I think that'll be cool. Then that way I got one that's got a nice looking case. I mean, maybe I'll put the 4 megabyte board in the nice case one and put up with the minor screen burn, and put the 1 megabyte one in the yellowed case. I might do that. Fine. It would be nice to have the souped up one in the nice case. The only thing about the smashed Mac Plus is the battery holder is busted on it, but I was going to upgrade it to that might be why I put it in this case and leave the 1 megabyte board in the retro brighted case, because the one that was smashed and had the battery holder bashed off of it, I was going to put a RGB to HDMI in it. So I may leave it in the yellowed case since it's not stock, and put the stock Mac in the stock looking case for silly YouTube video reasons. If you ever make videos for YouTube, you'd understand why someone might do something silly like put the stock Mac in the better case. Yeah, YouTube. BU406 shows in stock on Mouser. BU406 showed in stock on Mouser. No, BU406 is not showing in stock at Mouser. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't see. Actually, the reason why I don't want to order that one, although I might because it's in stock. The Dead Max Scrolls recommends a higher rated part for longevity because of the fact that these Mac Pluses don't have heat. That is why I ignored the BU406 and was hoping to find a BU406D, because apparently that is a higher rated part. But yes, I do see the BU406 was in stock it probably got filtered out on my initial search because it is end of life, which means that it probably got filtered out when I filtered for in stock, because sometimes what Mouser does is it has to be in stock and available for new designs, and then they will show that it's in stock. Sometimes when it's marked as obsolete, if you filter as in stock, they'll like omit it for your convenience so you don't use it in a new design. Go figure. But yeah, that particular part probably will probably not be restocked because it looks like it's probably past its last time buy date. Um, I I I I have never heard of Arcade Shop. Who is Arcade Shop? Um, I'll keep that in mind. You will probably PB free is in lead free. Yeah, it's a lead free part. It's probably a lead free part of the original part. I'd have to find a datasheet to tell you exactly what the upgraded spec is between the D part and the non D part. I'm not worried about it being the lead free part. That just simply means that it's lead free, but it should take lead solder, which would then make it a non lead free part because it's going to have solder on the legs, but I don't care. Thomas says arcade shops have lots of cross compatible parts. You will probably find that I don't like to order from random websites on the internet. If I don't if I've never ordered from someplace, I am going to be hesitant to order from them. I would rather order from a known place if possible, so and I don't think to check arcade shops because they're I'm not repairing an arcade cabinet, so I don't think to check arcade shops, and I've never heard of that place. I've heard of arcade parts, but um yeah, and I saw your note about cross-compatible parts, Thomas, and I'll I'll take a look at those. But that one part not at Mouser. Also, if I have a shopping cart with the vendor and I'm ordering stuff, I usually would like to order everything I can from them and not pay shipping on like every last part I need as a separate order. Just because um I don't like paying shipping for one item. So it's the other reason why I don't usually check arcade shops because yeah, Mouser has the BU407. I'm going to check the data sheets myself before I substitute, just so I know what the difference is. Uh, and the reason why I'm not really wanting to order from an arcade shop, it's like the only thing I'd be ordering from them, so that's a separate shipping cost. I don't have any other parts that I pressingly need from an arcade shop. So, yeah, there's that. You will find that I like to put everything I can on one shipping charge, and I don't like to just pick random sites on the internet. So, yeah, call them character flaws. I also apparently closed the. Wait a minute, where'd that tab go? Here I am. I opened my bookmarks by tabs method. Fine, I'm add a bookmark. All right, there we go. I just bookmarked that one transistor. So, yep. All right, well, I'll check out those cross-compatible parts. I should probably put a note on this somehow, but I don't think I've got any post-it notes down here. Oh, okay. Eh, I I mean, it's not like it's not that I don't have arcade cabinets that I would like. It's just I gave up ever buying one of them because they're just too hard to find and go for too much when they show up. So, yeah. And don't bother guessing because you'd probably never guess which arcade cabinet it is unless you have a good memory, because I think I've mentioned it before on a live stream, but it's not one you're going to guess unless you remember what I've mentioned. Or you've seen my PlayStation 2 game collection, one or the other. Alright, I found my painter's tape, so I'm going to put a note on this Mac that Q3 might be bad. I'll check it later. That way at least I know what to check. Nope, it's not Space Invaders. Because I'm sure you all are wondering. I'll save you from... I love the watch hours, but I'll save you from looking. It's Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Yes, probably a newer cabinet than you were expecting me to name, but I would love to have one of those arcade cabinets. Unfortunately, they don't show up very often, and I think when they do, they usually go for like $3,000 to $4,000 because for the version I want the actual real one, not the retrofit one. But they don't show up very often. But yeah. Jack says I wouldn't have guessed that. No, you'd have to remember me mentioning it. I think I mentioned it at some point in a live stream, but yeah, you'd have to remember me mentioning it because that's probably a much newer game than you're expecting. But if I ever find one at the right price, and quite honestly, as much as they go for it, probably I would hope it doesn't need much work unless I get a steal of a deal on one. That's the cabinet I want. Unfortunately, I think the other thing about that cabinet is arcade collecting is hard on the back. Yeah, I know. Thomas says someone with a CNC machine could cut out the box. The problem is, Thomas, I want the actual arcade cabinet. I don't want to maim. I don't want to emulate it. The problem is with that particular arcade cabinet, the game is on a hard drive, not ROMs. It's a rather sizable game, so. But yeah, if I ever get one, I want the actual arcade cabinet, the real version of it, the one that has the 4-player controls on it. I don't want any substitutes. Because the thing is, if I substitute, I'll just go play it on my PlayStation 2. Sorry, that's my substitute. If I want the actual arcade cabinet, or I'm just going to play it on my PlayStation 2. That's the line. Because that's the thing. I want that arcade cabinet because I think that arcade cabinet is cool, and it would be cool to be able to play it 4 players the way it would have been played in the arcade. Yes, of course I'll put it on free play. But if I can't get that, then I'm just buying a couple spare controllers for my PlayStation 2, which it does work. There are some differences, though, between the arcade version of the game and the PlayStation version of the game. So there are some differences. But, yeah. Also, if anyone's wondering, that game is also available for Xbox, the original Xbox, not the, newer Xbox with the same name. Thanks, Microsoft, for pulling an Apple. And for GameCube. I think the PlayStation 2 version of the game, of the console versions, I think the PlayStation 2 version of the game is probably the best. Even though I think there's something about the GameCube version I remember liking better, but it also, I think there's some parts of that port that were rushed and it feels incomplete. So I think they spent the most time on the PlayStation 2 version. But anyways, that's an aside. So anyways, yeah, if I ever get that arcade cabinet, I totally will get it. I want the 4-player, the actual full cabinet, not the retro, because I think the retrofit version usually only has 2-player controls. I want the 4-player. I want me and 3 friends, and we're playing it standing up like you would at the arcade. Otherwise, we're just using a PlayStation 2 on a big screen TV. I mean, yep, there you go. And that's really the only arcade cabinet I want, surprisingly. Because the thing is, because the other, okay, there is one other arcade cabinet I want, but this is slightly misleading. I would like to build an arcade cabinet to house an emulator, like a full-size cabinet to have the full-size LCD in it and run MAME. But I want to build that. I don't want to buy it. I want to build it. Someday I will do that too. I totally legitimately want to build a proper arcade cabinet for MAME, full-size, stand-up. I don't want one of the little short ones. I know I got my tabletop one. I mean, it's okay. But I want to build a full-size arcade cabinet with LCD monitor and at least enough controls for 2 people. Probably it would be a 2-player cabinet, because 4-player would be quite wide, but I don't know. I do sometimes like dream big, so maybe I'll build a 4-player arcade cabinet. Maybe build it so that you can like maybe toggle a switch, and if you want 2-player mode, it's like the two middle stations are the 2 players, but if you're in 4-player mode, it's like it has the players properly 1, 2, 3, 4. That way, if you're playing 2-player, you're both in the middle and have a good viewing angle in the monitor. But if you're doing 4-player, well, yeah, you'll have to compromise because LCDs have awful viewing angles sometimes. But yeah, that would be the other cabinet I want, is to build an actual full-size cabinet for MAME. I want to build it myself. I don't want to. Maybe I'll be following plans from the internet, but I want to build it myself. I mean, I think that would be cool. And of course, I'll either video or live stream it, because Vborg says that's just a software setting, no need for a Switch. Okay, even better. There's no physical Switch. Jeremy says not all games use joysticks. Well, not all. Well, it looks like a joystick, even if it's not a joystick. Yeah. Jack says that sounds like a rabbit hole I shouldn't go down. All right, I'm not building an arcade cabinet starting tomorrow, so although speaking of soon, all right, if they don't sell they sell plans. Oh, they do sell plans. This may be an addiction. Okay, I'll check that site out, Thomas. That's a longer term goal. But anyways, I would like to build an arcade cabinet, proper one, and Gauntlet Dark Legacy, the actual cabinet. But I want the real that one. I don't want to emulate. I want the actual cabinet, just because I think the cabinet's cool, the game is cool, and the way the controls are. I mean, sure, can I build one that looks like it? Yeah, probably could. Someone's probably even drawn the side art, but for some reason, I want the actual cabinet for that one. But that's probably a very long-term goal. I'd probably be more likely to build my cabinet before I buy one. Vborg says, keep an eye out for a local arcade guy giving away an empty cabinet and save yourself the effort of building the cabinet. Well, the interesting thing is I hardly ever see cabinets show up on social media. So, and good night, Dave. I'm about to end anyways because it's like I can't see the clock because I got a Mac Plus in the way. Anyways, all right, Thursday. Thursday. Okay, I need a drink of water, so I am going to be ending here very shortly. Thursday, we will be going back to industrial, as in industrial computers. I probably don't want to see the clock. Yeah, I probably don't. Actually, with a comment like that, oh, we're fine. I usually don't fall asleep till about 1 o'clock on live stream nights anyways, which is probably later than I want to, but at least I'm able to get a little bit more sleep other nights to make up for it. So I need to get in the arcade groups. No, I don't need to get in the arcade groups because then I might buy too much. I might realize there's more cabinets I want. So no, I'm not joining any arcade groups until I'm ready to. And no, seriously, I know it sounds like it might be a lot of trouble to build an arcade cabinet, but I really do want to build a cabinet. There are gauntlet files for CNC. Oh boy, you all are okay. Sounds like I'm gonna be making. All right, one of these days I will build a cabinet, but I don't want. I don't. If the thing about me building a cabinet, I don't want to build a cabinet to make it look like something else. I want to build a cabinet, and then somehow, even though I am awful at drawing, I would probably lose a stick figure drawing contest somehow. I would like to somehow create my own side art. I don't want to make my cabinet look like some game that exists. I want it to be my cabinet. Which might mean I just simply draw some cool looking 80s type stripes on it or something, because I think I can probably put a tape line down the side of it, but how do people do the side art for these? Usually with drawing software, and they're good at drawing. Or they pay someone else to do it. Yeah, everyone's laughing at my comment about losing a stick figure drawing contest. Yeah, I can't draw. Drawing is not my specialty. I could probably put a tape line down something to make stripes. I think I could handle that. Yeah, they print them on vinyl. I know they sell side art. I don't want a cabinet that I've made to look like another cabinet. I want it to look cool. It'd be nice if it looked 80s. Late 80s, early 90s. Jeremy says 80s gradient stripes. Okay, I might be able to handle that. I could probably handle that in drawing software and then get it printed on vinyl. But yeah, something like that I think I could handle, and I think that would look cool. And I mean, I would even make it the gradient stripes, and then in some 80s font, it might say MAME or whatever, or arcade or something on it. Until it looks like it could fit in an arcade with generic side art, but Jack says just design it in Mac Paint. Yeah. That'll look 80s. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, yeah, that 80s blue and pink stripe that's everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I could probably totally make a gradient or stripes or something to and make it look at home. Anyways, yeah, Thursday we're going to get back to the industrial single board computers. Computer or computers, because I've got one. I think I had it out on Dave's stream or somewhere, because it was on Wheel of Regrets last week, because I got it, I tested it. Sure, Jeremy, you can send me photos of that for inspiration. I'll stash them away. Anyways, I actually have a backplane that I didn't want to buy on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret, because it costs just as much as a new one. But it actually fits the enclosure. I don't have to risk the nice beige powder coat job. It's actually the correct backplane for the enclosure. I'll sell the wrong one on eBay, and I could probably sell it for what I paid for it. So, in fact, I could probably list it for what it cost, and I'll sell it because it's new. Someone will be looking for a backplane on eBay, and it's slightly. Well, it's not new. I did use it, so slightly used. I'll make out. I didn't quite pay. I don't think it was quite as much as I paid for the new one. I don't remember what I paid. Anyways, I found the correct backplane for that enclosure, so it actually fits. Yeah. In fact, I think it was the backplane that would have been sold with it. Anyways, I should have just bought it in the first place. Yeah, I confirmed that all the screw holes line up, so we're good there. I've got the single board computer we tested on Wheel of Regrets. We're going to actually put a computer together with it, and we'll see where we go from there. And then next Tuesday, although it's tentative, if I find a better topic, it may get pushed to next Thursday. I think, based on a comment I made, someone said, yeah, that'd be cool. I have a box of video cards. Actually, I have like 4 or 5 boxes of video cards. Including, I still have it here. Including this one I bought on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. We're going to test video cards. Because I kind of need to go through my cards and see which ones work and which ones don't. But some of them, like this one, we'll actually run a few benchmarks on to see how good it would have been. Yeah, box art is amazing. I remember selling these at the computer shop. And by the way, for anyone wondering, is this a Trident card or not? Oh, you betcha. This is a Trident card. With a Sega game. Yeah, a special edition Sega game. It's actually a demo. Jack says it's obviously a Trident. I'm all for testing video cards, but how do you get them to hold a pencil? Yeah. Seriously, it's a demo of the game. In fact, actually, if I have a hard drive for something floating around here, I think I have a motherboard with AGP, and I've got a hard drive sitting with it that's got Windows installed on it already. We might actually try out the special edition game that is totally a demo. I looked to see what it was. It's a demo. Still, I remember selling these at the computer shop. I remember the Sega on them, and I don't remember installing the game for many customers, though, because it was I don't think it was a really great game either. Jack says, every time I see that box, I think of the neck of an Apatosaurus. Yeah. So anyways, so Tuesday or Thursday next week. Right now it's scheduled for Tuesday. It might get pushed to Thursday if I find something better for my longer stream day. We'll go through and test cards. We're not going to run benchmarks on them all. I've got enough, but I'd like to see which ones post and which ones don't, so I can actually, because I've sorted cards, so now I'd like to make sure the boxes of cards are working. But for some of the more unique ones, or for the Trident card that's used in I can't tell if it's new or used. It might have been used. The box wasn't sealed, but we'll run benchmarks on it. Of course, it's a Trident card that came in a box. We'll run benchmarks on it. I have a few other cards in mind we'll try some benchmarks on, just because they're like interesting or cards that people find more desirable, or there are a couple other Trident cards. We're not going to run extensive benchmarks. We'll probably limit it to like maybe 640 by 480 Doom and one of the other benchmarks. Probably Doom and something else. I don't know, the PC Play, the one that has the spinning computer and howl and bouncing, and probably that one, just because the spinning computer in the air is weird. I mean, come on. Jeremy says, the ones that won't work, I suggest harvesting the brackets off of. No, the ones that don't work are going in my repair pile. I'm not harvesting brackets yet. We're not there. They're going to go in my repair pile if I think they're repairable. I will at least give it a go at repairing. So someday in the future, we may have a video card repair stream again. Jack's asking, have I repaired any Tridents? Yes, I actually have repaired one or two. No, I think it was one Trident card. Although it may be back in my repair pile. I think I repaired half a Trident card, or it worked for half a month. I don't know. I sure thought that there was one Trident card I fixed because it had a bad video connector on it, and that was it. And yeah. So I think I have one that has a new video connector on it, so I can call that a repair. A bunch of the other Trident cards that don't work have, like, I never figured out what was wrong with them, and some of them are actually in the scrap pile. I do have, I think there might be a video card or two in my repair pile, but I think it's like an ATI Mach 32, and actually that might be the only card in my repair pile. Yeah, 1-800 Trident operators are standing by. Anyways, yeah, I will give a go at repairing the cards, because in some cases, the reason cards fail is because the BIOS is corrupted, because some of them didn't use great BIOS chips. So if that fixes them, don't worry. The Tridents in my scrap pile were definitely not the BIOS. So yeah, that was definitely not the problem with them. But yeah, I don't want to harvest brackets just yet. I want to I like to try to fix things. It gives me live stream content. But in order to know that I have enough repair material to do a repair live stream, I need to sort them out. So anyways, we'll do a video card testing stream. At some point, I'll do a sound card testing stream. I have a box of sound cards that I need to go through, because I've got a couple that I didn't realize how many of the same card I have. So I need to go through those and test them, because somehow I ended up with, like, multiples of a card that somehow, I don't know how. And in one case, it's like I have several Sound Blaster 16 Scuzzies, and I don't know how I have so many. I've got to go back and figure out where one of them, at least one of them, came from, because apparently... Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I know why I have so many now. Yes, I did buy them on eBay, because I was... Yeah, it's a long story. I now remember why I have... There's like 2 of them in the box. I was like, why do I have 2? I thought I only had 1. I remember why I have the second one. So, okay. No mystery there, but I have a couple other sound cards. Yeah, looking at you, Sound Blaster Lives. Of course, granted, that's probably because I pulled them out of computers, so that may be why I have so many Sound Blaster Lives, but I kind of need to go through them. And when we get to PCI video cards, we'll probably find that I have way too many ATI Rage cards. Some of those are going to end up on the free pile at a VCF event soon. I don't need like 20 bazillion ATI Rage. Like, they're like ATI Rage. It's like, yeah. I think I know why I have so many of those. I think that's because I pulled a bunch of those out of some computers that got scrapped. So, and they just happen to have the same card in them. I just pulled them. I haven't tested them yet. So, don't know how far we'll get in testing. I'm going to start with ISA and go forward. Jeremy's asking if I have an ALS 120. I probably do. But if I do, I only have one. And also, I haven't been as impressed with the ALS 120 as I thought I would be. Anyways, that's the scheduled live streams. The other day next week, I haven't decided yet. It's basically the reason why I managed to schedule 3 streams, because that's very atypical, is I wasn't sure when the eBay seller was going to actually ship that Mac Plus. So I didn't want to schedule that stream till I knew when it would arrive. And this ALS 120 does not sound like a Sound Blaster 2.0 to me. It's weird. Sorry, I'm very particular about my FM synth sounds. Anyways, I wasn't sure when that Mac Plus was going to arrive, so I purposely scheduled 2 streams that were not going to be Mac Plus. And then the seller shipped it yesterday, and UPS told me, "Oh, you'll have it today." I was like, "Okay, great." And then that's when I scheduled the 3rd stream, but I didn't send reminders out until I saw that the Plus went out for delivery this morning. Because actually, if you'd looked on YouTube, you would have seen that the Mac Plus stream was not scheduled for today until sometime this morning when I saw that my Mac Plus was loaded on the UPS truck. Yeah, okay, Jeremy says logically, yeah. Yeah, basically, I don't know, maybe I'll do a sound card test stream. For that, though, I need to set up a computer that's got something like Unisound on it, so that I don't have to install, like, all the drivers. I can just use Unisound and at least test the cards that it recognizes and set the ones it doesn't recognize to the side, because for those I'll probably have to install drivers. But at least set up a computer with Unisound so I can at least churn through sound cards without having to install drivers for every last one of them. At least for video cards, if the card posts, there's at least a 90% chance it's going to work completely. Jeremy's saying socket 5 or 7 board. Yeah, I'll have to find something that yes, and I'll have to find a motherboard that has ISA and PCI so I can set Unisound up and just turn through them. At least for video cards, I've found, though, if they post, they're probably going to work. Yes, they might have memory problems, so sure, I could go back later, run Windows, and find out that there's bad memory, but how many sound cards can you install at once? The answer is 1. The same as how many video cards can you install at once for these older PCs? It's 1. Jeremy says, I've seen 2 in 1 PC before. The answer is, Jeremy says LGR keeps 2. Okay, the catch is to have 2 video cards in a PC. It has to be a video card that actually can support existing with another video card. So I could test like an MDA card and a VGA card together. I believe those actually can coexist. I don't think they conflict memory-wise. But I couldn't say put a CGA card and a VGA card in, because I think those actually would conflict. The VGA card is going to try to do things, and the CGA card is going to try to do the same thing. I think those will conflict. Jeremy, it's a bit more complicated than 1 ISA and 1 PCI. I'm sure if LGRs put 2 in a PC, there was no memory conflict. You cannot put 2... And remember, I'm talking about vintage computers. This is before we get to, like, PCI Express, because I think that's the point where they started to make it so you could put 2 VGA cards in a computer. Yeah, usually when you do dual monitors in computers before PCI Express, the thing is, you got to look closely at what they did, because I found that either what they've done is it's one video card with 2 monitor outs. That works because the card supports 2 video outs. Or there's some video card I don't realize is out there that did support coexisting with another VGA card. That is entirely possible. But a lot of like AGP and PCI and even ISA VGA cards, and I'm talking VGA, SVGA, etc., 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 they all map to the same memory address. So you can only have one of them. So I contend, feel free to put in the, well, okay, you probably won't be able to put a link in the comments. YouTube doesn't like it when you do that. However, feel free, if you find a video where someone has put like 2 PCI cards, or even a PCI and an ISA card, and they are both VGA cards, feel free to like put the channel name and the video name, and I'll go look it up. Because I would be interested to know, because actually that could be helpful for testing. But from what I found, until you get to the point where the cards themselves supported having another card, because the cards themselves could map to something other than the VGA base addresses, you could only have one VGA card in the system. The second card usually was because it's like an MDA card. MDA uses a different memory address. Oh, Jeremy meant sound cards. Oh, that's why we're getting confused. Yes, you could have one PCI and one ISA sound card installed. Yes, that is possible, because your ISA sound card is probably going to map to the Sound Blaster address. Your PCI card is going, it doesn't really matter where it maps to at that point, because that's for your Windows games. And at that point, they're using like Windows Direct Sound or something. They're using some API so that they don't have to directly address the card. Yeah, I thought we were talking video cards. We got cards mixed up. Yeah, sound cards, I could totally see putting 2 in at once. However, for me testing cards with Unisound, I could only use 1 at a time, because Unisound doesn't support 2 cards. So, yeah, for what I was going to do, I could only do 1 sound card. Yes, there are ways to have 2 sound cards. But I thought we were talking video cards. To do 2 video cards before you get to PCI Express, it's either there's some card out there I don't know of, or it's because they were using 1 VGA and like 1 MDA card. Because you can totally put an MDA card in the system with the VGA card, I believe. At least you could have MDA and like EGA, because those are yeah. Yeah, Jeremy says Una means one anyway. Yeah. Anyways, wow, that was quite the tangent on testing. I guess that helps me hash things out for when we get to the test stream. I can just have things set up. Anyways, we'll start with video cards, because a lot of them, I just want to know the card posts. Power it up, I see the post screen, we're done. Unless it's an interesting card, then we'll boot into DOS and run a benchmark or 2. So, I've got some cards where I've got more than 1, because I somehow managed to have more than 1. We definitely won't run benchmarks on all of them. If they're an interesting card that I happen to have more than 1 of, then we might run benchmarks on 1 of them. And yeah, I'm also going to take the opportunity that when I find the ATI Rage cards that I have more than 1 of, because I scavenged them, I'm going to go set them in my stash of stuff that goes on the free pile. My sorting this weekend was just to basically sort by card type so that they were all in boxes, because I was looking for a card and I couldn't find it, but I did find it. It was sitting under a motherboard that doesn't support the card. Go figure. And yeah, after I found it, I did put the card in the motherboard and reconfirmed that the card is incompatible with the motherboard that it was sitting under. Yay me. Oh, the other embarrassing thing was I actually had my hands on the card like 5 minutes after I started looking for it. It just didn't dawn on, I didn't feel the card sitting under the motherboard the first time I looked, but I had picked the card up with the motherboard. So it's not like I picked the motherboard up and saw the card sitting under it. The card was in a bubble bag, anti-static bubble bag. So I'd picked the motherboard and card up together. I didn't feel the card because of the way it was sitting in the bag. And because it was in a anti-static bubble bag, and yeah, then I go through all my cards and end up, yeah, you can see sitting behind me a couple of the boxes. Yeah, I sorted them out. See, there's my wireless network cards. There's my I/O cards that aren't just drive controller cards. There's 100 megabit PCI network cards. There's my drive controller cards. You can't see the sound and video cards to the side. And I got a couple other boxes. But yeah. Where's that card now? It's in the drive controller box where it belongs. Because yes, I even separated drive controller cards that are just drive controllers. If they have a floppy controller on them, I let them in the drive controller card. But if they're drive controllers only, they're in the drive controller box. If they're like multi-IO cards, or they're like serial or parallel cards only, they're in the IO cards box. I have shelves, Jeremy. I need to paint the walls back there before I set the shelves up. Yeah, my basement's a bit of a blank canvas, and I have yet to be able to psych myself up to paint. So with that, probably quite obvious statement of who gets psyched up to paint, especially when you're just painting 2 coats of white paint on a wall, because that's what you need to start with. Yeah, we're going to end the stream because, yeah, it's definitely time to end the stream now. Anyways, thank you all for joining me with our Mac Plus shenanigans. We have a 4 parts Mac Plus that just worked. I have a Mac Plus here from the Herndon Hall that's probably Q3. I'll have to get a replacement for Q3 or at least pull it out and test it sometime. And yeah, I guess it was successful. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday, we'll get industrial. And with that, I hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care